Alright, looks like we're up and running here. Very nice. We are going to be rocking and rolling on the faction warfare again. Really got to be putting in some more effort here. I'm a little less than halfway to where I need to be. I probably need about 4 million of these points. But now that we've got everything... Hey, there we go. Complete 3 jumps. Nice. They've really made this real easy. Because the opportunities... You always get the complete 3 jumps opportunity. So now you just kind of have to... go do anything. I'm a little sad today. It doesn't look like I'm going to get my earn 50 LP problem, or earn 50 LP bonus, but that's okay. That is okay. Hopefully I'm not about to get rocked when I go over here. Okay. Somebody extended this timer a little bit, but that's alright. I think it's still worth it to get this large one. Because you get so much more value out of them. We're just going to chill here, earning our LP. Been watching a lot of videos the last couple of days. You know, I didn't stream yesterday. I had some other stuff going on. Like doing an interview for an application I put in to join a Daggerheart TTRPG game. It's going to be happening once a week, which I'm pretty excited about. Probably going to interfere a little bit with my normal stream times, so I might have to get up early on Fridays to stream. Or maybe stay up hella late. We'll see. But, yeah, I'm very excited about that. Nope. About to go too far. I also haven't really worked on the chat game in the last couple of days. Just because I wanted to take a small little break from that. We've been putting a lot of... I really needed the day off yesterday, I think. We've been putting a lot of hours in. I mean, I've been streaming 6 hours a day, and I've been continuing to play the game while also trying to develop this little chat game. And over the course of the 5 or 6 days that I was doing that, I mean, I was putting in 12 to 16 hours a day. Boss is already on the rampage. That doesn't seem correct. Also, I'm not apparently getting my chat. Womp womp. I gotta go figure out what's wrong with my chat now. Is this working? Yes, it is. All right, got it fixed. Now I can see what's going on in the chat. All right. I think I want to go in here, and I kind of want to spend all these points towards all of this stuff. What would applying my 1.1 million points give me? We'd max out our Minmatar frigate, we'd get our assault frigates, we get weapon upgrades to 4. I feel like, let's just confirm that. Let's just make it happen. Oh, I'm probably about to die. Yep, this person is... actively jamming me here. Oh. You wrecked, nerd. Get wrecked, nerd. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and move ourselves to another region. This person's gonna be trying real hard to kill us. Might as well go somewhere else. Especially if we can get to a place that has 90-something% contested. That's going to give us way more value as far as our LP goes. We're definitely interested in that. And that person can just sit over there and play by themselves. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about you or anything that you do. Got a million trillion things that I'd rather fucking do. Be fucking with you. Alright. 10 more seconds till I get my points here and I can just fly away somewhere else. Come fly with me. Alright, that's the one I'm already in, so let's go here. Warp drive active. That's weird. Just showing this weird... There you go. Wonder why it took so long for that to get rendered in. That's funny. So, I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, not necessarily about Eve, but about a game that I think there will be a large cross-section of Eve players that will also play this other game, or that will migrate to this other game, which is Ashes of Creation. Because it does have a fairly similar ideology behind it. You know, the risk-reward PvP, the sort of player-run faction system, you know, your ability to control areas of the map and stuff like that are all sort of hallmarks of the Eve style game. And so I imagine that there are at least a significant number of people who play this game, who are planning to play Ashes of Creation when it launches. Personally, I'm excited about the game, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be the best idea in the world. I think it's got some potential issues. And one of them that came up was actually brought up by something coconut, and that's that the ability to create alts in the same world or on the same server is going to have a pretty detrimental effect to the economy and to the social aspects of the game. One of the things that I've personally been the most interested in is the ability to spy on enemies. But one of the things that having multiple characters can do is it can really hinder the ability of guilds and stuff. What's up, Taco? How are you today? Doing good. Doing real good. Just sitting here watching timers tick down. Yeah. Yeah, they're super fun. Let me tell you. Nothing better than sitting here watching timers tick down. In fact, I don't even know why I play video games. I should just go get a timer app and just watch timers tick down. It'd be way more interesting. None of this gameplay to get in the way of my timers. Yeah. I know that feel. It sucks to not be able to play the game you want to play and end up playing something else. Fucking sucks. The real problem is I wish that I could play the game that I want to in my head. I really need to just become a better programmer and just make the video game. Because none of the video games that are available to me right now have the elements that I really want. It might be. Your base might be dead. There have been a lot of issues that I've been seeing crop up on Reddit over the last few days of people having their Haga Basin bases raided by people exploiting something. I mean, it's definitely a survival MMO. And I mean, it's a survival MMO. If I would make a game, it would be a survival MMO that copied a lot of things from every other survival MMO out there. It would be fantasy instead of first-person shooter, so it wouldn't have like the Dune elements and stuff with the FPS stuff. It would be more like games like Aska and Soul Mask and stuff like that. But the combat, the action combat system, the mount systems, things like that would just be copy pastes from games that already do that really well, right? Like Ark has an incredible creature capturing, breeding mount mechanic. On my not main, someone was able to claim the guild base, so they are big mad. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's been a really big problem. But the one thing that I would change about all of those games is that none of them have all of them focus so much on the intricacies of combat. And when you look at those games, they have really intricate combat systems. Like, in Ark, your combat is extremely based on what creature you're currently mounted on and the special abilities of those creatures, and managing what creature you're riding and what you're doing at any given time, and being able to switch between those creatures and having the organization to have all that stuff around is all very, 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 very deep and very, very interesting. And so there's a lot to that, but then every other system in the game just falls flat. And so, the thing that needs to be done is that you just need to take that same intricacy that we have developed over literally decades now of creating MMO games and creating combat systems and apply that intricacy to other systems, right? It's got to be applied to gathering. It's got to be applied to crafting. It's got to be applied to merchant-style gameplay, right? There's definitely something in there where transferring goods from location to location and, managing markets and stuff like that could be way, way, way more in-depth and way more interesting and require a lot more player skill, not just character skill, in managing and doing those things. And, I don't know, I've come up with some ideas for some of those mechanics, but for example, the merchant stuff, I really don't personally have an idea on. But there's just so many different aspects of the game that need to be fleshed out. And the reason for that is that you need to have a good market in an MMO game. And a market can't fluctuate. It can't be active if the only thing of value in the market is the items themselves. Right? If no matter what, the resources available and the ability to create things is all the same, right? If there's no specialization, if there's no gameplay element, if there's no skill expressive element, then it means that nobody has the ability to do something at a higher level than everybody else. And so everything becomes a known value. And when everything's a known value, the market is just stagnant because we know exactly how much time it takes to get the resources. We know exactly how much of each of those resources we need to get to certain tiers of crafting capability. We know exactly what it takes to get the things to craft the higher tier items. And so at every step of that process, there's an evaluation done about the overall time it takes to get to the point where you can make all those best items. And so there's no, when there's no skill expression, there's no ability to get to those breakpoints faster. So you can't turn a profit on those things, right? There's no labor market. There's only an item market. And an item market will just get solved because skill in labor is the thing that dictates those differences in prices, right? Creates those opportunities for profits. And so if you don't have those, then the opportunities for profits are extremely small, right? They end up on razor thin margins, and it's just not interesting. And we currently have pretty much no form of labor market in any game because there's only ever one skill set expressed in every game. But we'll see. Maybe one day. I think so. I think so. The boss is killing you. Have you not been here for the boss yet? Yay, what's up, Suzu? Yeah, we got two of them going. Both of them are Minmatar for now, so we're just gaining our Tribal Liberation Force XP, or LP. But, yeah. Okay, yeah, so, the boss has changed a little bit. So now there are commands to trigger the attack actions of the chat instead of triggering them based on keywords that can happen like the boss. The boss still has their little keywords that they can use to trigger their attacks. But they also have, they're doing an attack every 10 minutes now. And the more times people chat in the chat, the longer it pushes off that boss's attack. So for every chat message that happens inside of its 10-minute timer, when it's about to attack again, it delays that attack by 10 seconds. But if you look down below the chat screen, there's the rules and the commands for using the chat's attack. So there's like exclamation base attack, exclamation strong attack, exclamation heal, and exclamation attack up, which use a point system that is not the channel points from Twitch. Instead, it's a universal point system that works on both Twitch and YouTube. And you can put exclamation points to see how many points you have. Have I played Eve 0? I don't know what Eve 0 is, Sozu, so I have not. What is Eve 0? Oh, that still totally works, Taco. Okay. Because I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now, it's probably not something I'm able to use. But I'll look into it. Right, but I can't. It would find each instance of the game on the computer that I'm running the game off of, which is not my local machine. So I can't install any sort of programs or anything like that on the remote machine that I run GeForce Now through. And GeForce Now is where all the instances of the games are running. That their hardware is where all the instances of the games are running. So I'm not running multiple instances of the game on my computer. My computer doesn't even recognize that there are multiple instances of the game running. It's just streaming me the information from the NVIDIA GeForce Now computer. So I don't think that something like that would pick that up. Good job, Taco. Yeah, it's 10 for the base attack, 25 for the strong attack. The heal is 15 points, and then the attack up thing doubles the attack damage of chat for 30 minutes. It is a scam. You get 50 points every 3 minutes, Taco. So you can use that attack every 9 minutes to do a lot. And everybody gets their own points. So the more people there are watching, the more attacks you get. Which is why it's not a scam. You're a scam. If it did too much more damage to that, then just one person would be able to beat the boss all by themselves. We don't want that. We want y'all to have to work together. What if we are introverts? So one of the other things that I'm going to be adding is a lurk command that each person who lurks is going to add to a regeneration effect. So you'll just have to come in and type !lurk, and then the chat will automatically regen HP over time based on how many people are lurking. And then they'll also still gain points even if they're not chatting. So if they want to, use commands to still do attacks and stuff, they still can, even if they don't feel like talking. So I'm here for the introverts. I'm an introvert, which sounds weird since I'm streaming, but I'm a huge introvert, so I got the introverts back. Already buying 17 phones to raise your army? Just gonna watch on 17 screens just to kill the boss? That's a super pay to win. I didn't think of that. 4,000 points. My goodness, Sozu. My goodness. The dino will never stop trying to kill you. If you defeat me, you still won't beat me. Beware the flood. He does just keep coming back to life. This is true. Rawr. Oh. Somebody triggered the attack. That's funny. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Nothing makes me happier than this boss attacking you all. You have no idea how much joy it brings me to see chat getting beaten by something called a Thesaurusaurus. I don't know who triggered the attack. I don't even know what word triggered the attack. You're getting raffle stomped, Taco. Getting raffle stomped. Charge. So I do know Sozu Strike was one of them, but it's already been used. I actually need to go and create a bunch of more words. But yeah. Oh, sorry. I accidentally just like smacked the shit out of my microphone. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh, we found one. We found one. Yes, absolutely. You can 100% go on a villain arc. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit, that's funny. I don't think you're gonna be able to keep up. This is great. You already used pound. Oh no. Oh no. This is fantastic to watch. Now you got to figure out what words heal the boss so you can heal it as well. Yeah, no, it definitely looks like y'all aren't going to make it. It's an unfortunate truth, Taco. Sozu has gone full villain and decided that it's time to just take out chat. You're doing a great job of it too. Y'all are getting the crap kicked out of you. Oh, this is fantastic. I love it so much. On the bright side, every time Sozu makes a chat message to try and use another word to deal damage to chat, it adds 10 seconds to the delay timer on the auto attack. So at least you're not getting auto attacked as often. There's at least that. You already did knock too. Whack. See, this is the interesting part of the game, is eventually it gets to a point where it's much more difficult to identify words. Which is interesting. I get the points because you suck. Bye, Dexter. Sir Camelot's a noob. You're a noob. Oh my goodness. Sozu is just like demolishing chat. Poor chat. It's okay, Taco. Eventually, Sozu will run out of words. Or maybe not. There are like 150 words that can trigger that attack, so... Hey, Dexter. Oh my goodness. Sozu is dedicated to finding these words. I didn't realize that the villain arc was going to be quite so villainous. This Sir Came-A-Lot person really wants to kill me. Is there a nerd? You nerd. You stupid, stupid nerd. Why do you hate chat so much, Sozu? You're supposed to be a team. Poor Taco just has to sit and watch in abject horror. I think I'm more into thinking up synonyms of the same word. Yeah, so I was interested in that as, you know, a mechanic for both the chat and, for both the chat and for the boss. But I think it will have wider appeal if you have the ability to trigger the attacks yourself. But maybe I can do a mix of both. I don't know. Nah, I think that was the auto attack. Dude, I love the Worms games so much. It's not even funny. You'll regret that. Take cover. Oh, fuck. Ooh, Lash was a good one. I'm surprised. Look at all these points we're earning over here. We got so much LP, it's not even funny. You're running out, and yet you still haven't even gotten a third of the words that could possibly trigger that attack. Although they're not all synonyms of strike specifically. There are 3 different synonym sets that trigger that attack for that boss. I wanted to make it a little broader because I wanted it to interfere more with, regular everyday chit-chat. So that people would bump into the attacks a little more often. Better start recruiting that army a little faster than anticipated, Taco. Otherwise, you're not gonna make it. Apparently not. It's a good thought, though. See, that was really the point, was I should have found a way, and maybe I still can, to make it so that the words actually have to be in sentences in order to trigger. Because I want them to be interfering with conversation. I also think that the game will end up being much better just automatically when we have more people in the chat talking. But that's just on me to become a better streamer and get more people in here. Which is unlikely to happen, because I'm terrible at this. I wanna be a millionaire so freaking bad. Buy up all the things I never had. It hasn't even been an hour yet, and since we now have 2 of these things going, we've actually gained over 100,000 of these, even though I've had to run away from a couple of people and like move around and stuff. I think actually there's probably somebody there, so we're just gonna move on. See if we can't find another good system here. There's a good one. It's 5 jumps away, but I think that'll be worth it. I think. Oh no. Lost almost 400 HP in an hour. That's awful. You know what song I want to sing? What song do I want to sing? "10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, 100% reason to remember the name." I wanna be a Calderi so freaking bad. Fly all of the Tengus I never had. I wanna live in G4, it's super rad. Selling missiles, making rival corps mad. 'Cause every time I open Eve, I undock from G4 and I leave. Shooting nerds with missiles every day. Oh, why? It ended up not really coming together. But, you know, one of these days. Calderi is not the way. Absolutely not. I refuse to ever support the Calderis. Damn, there's a lot of purples in here. A lot of purples. What about if it starts with Rust? What about if what starts with Rust? The song? Yo, what's up, Nico? It starts with Rust. Chillin', working on fixing my Amar rep. Nice. I will be joining the Amar group with my next two characters probably. Oh, I'm just sitting out here in open space here. Don't be a Calderi. Don't be a sellout. Don't be a corporate sellout. Oh. Buy my ship. Bye. It honestly kind of shocks me how bad this Sir Camelot person seems to want to kill me. Did I not buy everything? I did not buy everything. Buy. Now fit my ship. Alright. Where are we gonna go this time with this character? Let's go here. I dig it. Caldari is like the government from Starship Troopers, which is awesome. Would you like to know more? No, nobody would ever like to know more. Oh, there's Sir Camelot. I'm like 90% sure that that person is stream sniping me. Like 90% sure. Autopilot to the destination. Oops. I forgot to turn off my booster. Oh. Boss attacked again. I thought the Amar were the Catholic priests. Isn't Amar the religious faction? I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Okay, well, now I have to figure out who this dumb piece of shit is so I can kick him out of my fucking stream. So annoying. That's interesting. The only people who are showing up are people that I know and have spoken to before on my viewers, which tells me that it's either somebody I know or somebody who's just popping in and out, or somebody who's specifically looking for me but isn't actually in the stream. I gotta admit, if it's one of y'all that I've actually spoken to before, I'm gonna be pretty fucking pissed. Waste all that time being nice to some dipshit who fucking stream snipes. That'll really make me mad. How old is this character? Like 24 days? Yeah, 24 days old. Oh, the guy that killed me? I have no idea. I'd have to look. Let's see. Not quite a year. Like 9 months. Let's go get in our ship here, which you can watch without logging in, so they might be watching without showing up. Oh, that's fun. Real fucking cute game. Whatever. What the fuck ever. Autopilot engaged. Yeah, I mean, I've already made like 100 million ISK so far today. And I've now lost about 5. So I don't really give a shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, I hate people who stream snipe, because that's just a piece of shit way to be, but I don't think we're going to be able to stay in this system. Too many enemies here. Let's go to this one.
Approaching Stargate.
I mean, people who do stuff like that don't have any skill, Nico. They turn to doing stuff like stream sniping in these games because they're tired of consistently just getting the shit kicked out of them every single time they undock. And so they decide that the best way is to go stream snipe people. Specifically people who are weaker than them. Right, like I'm not even out here with weapons. You're not gaining any value from killing me. Oh, I don't think he waited till I got up. I think he was looking for me, and it just happened to time out that way. Although it's possible that they waited until I got up. Who knows? Who freaking knows? Who freaking cares?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
There are a surprisingly large number of people out here.
Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
There's a Badger song? I don't know any Badger songs.
Warp drive. Approaching Stargate.
Yo, I'm gonna lose my motherfucking chill.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Can I just play my game and do my stream? Is that too much to ask? Seriously?
Approaching Stargate.
There's no way this is the zone I intended to come to. I wouldn't have come to a zone that didn't have anything to... Why does this keep happening? Every single time I try to freaking stream, dude. For like a week fucking straight now. Everything has just been dying every single day.
Autopilot jumping.
Here it goes again.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Nope, it's gonna crash again. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this keeps happening. I don't know if maybe I've added too many things to the stupid streamer.bot. Maybe making this game is using my memory too much or something like that. So it's causing some sort of a weird network issue. I don't know.
Autopilot driving active. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
But it's definitely about to crash again.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I mean, it's been doing this for like a week, which is why instead of streaming 6 hours a day, I've only been managing to get like 3 hours of stream in ever because it just starts crashing over and over and over again. And I don't know what's wrong. And if I don't know what's wrong, then I can't really fix it. Whatever it is, it's gonna make me quit. Been going good for a little over a year now. But if this is just gonna keep happening every single day, then I'm just gonna stop streaming. Go crawl back in my fucking hole.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I mean, that's True Lounge. I could totally do that. But I don't Like the boss is cool, and having a little chat game that we're developing ourselves is cool. And so if all I'm ever going to be able to do is just stream and only ever have the game running and only just have like the most basic version of a stream that you could possibly have, then the stream's never going to grow, the community's never going to grow, this is never going to be a legitimate source of income. It's never going to be a real stream. It's just going to be some fucking dipshit talking into a microphone. If I can't build on it and I can't do anything to it, then there's no point in continuing. Looks like a little alien dude when you put the crosshair on it. Hilarious. Guess that's fair. I don't know. I don't do well with adversity. I don't do well when things stop working. It makes me angry. I stop thinking straight, and I'm just mad. Stop killing people. They won't have nothing to complain about. No, Taco Chat is not dead yet. Despite the significant efforts of Sozu. Negative Ghost Rider.
Warp drive active.
Oh shit. Chat's below half health. If you have an annuity and you need cash now, 877 cash now. 877 cash now. There is a give points command. I don't currently have it. Oh, you mean giving points to each other? Yeah, no, I don't think that's enabled. I don't even know if there is one that I could enable. Is there a steal points command? That's a good idea for another skill though. Like a mana storm skill that could cost a lot of points. And so if somebody uses it, then the cost of all other attacks will become 0. So that way people with no points could just be throwing out skills. Seems like a good idea. Or maybe something that can happen from time to time. Like a random world event that triggers a mana storm or triggers everybody to get points or something like that. That seems interesting. Oh, I'm flying out of the region like an asshole. What is what trigger that happened? I think it was the auto attack. I think there were just some people chatting in between the auto attack. So it seemed like it was a trigger. Sorry, I bopped my thing again. Yeah, I think it was the auto attack. What's up, Drat? How are you? Good to hear it. Fucking Sozu, man. Fucking Sozu. Hey, chat's back up to 50%. Good job, Lounge. What are we even supposed to do to find the weak spot? It's just flavor text, Nico. Just flavor text. Yeah, we're making good progress. We've got 2 accounts up now. So we're doing a little multi-boxing. We're a little under halfway to a 3rd account. Holy shit, Drat. Goodness gracious, bud. You may just be the savior. Oh. So this is one that hasn't been used yet. But Drat just used the attackup command. So now every attack that any of y'all do will deal double damage. The heal doesn't get double healing, but the attacks do get double damage to the boss. And that's global for everybody. So base attacks will now do 20, and strong attacks will now do 50. The commands for attacks, Nico, are exclamation base attack and exclamation strong attack. There we go. Some deeps in now. Well, Sosu is still trying to kill chat. What an asshole. It won't do it. So there's a global cooldown BS Lounge on the attack up. So it lasts for 30 minutes. So every attack that you use within 30 minutes will get the attack up. But it also has a 1 hour global cooldown timer. So it can only be used once an hour by everybody in chat combined. What kind of a sadist do you think I am, Sosu? Torture, abuse, cripple, mutilate? Goodness. You get 50 points every 3 minutes, Nico. You should still be able to get an attack or two in. Oh, look. Sir Camelot is back. What a fucking twit. No points for Taco. Womp womp. Okay, it just means you've been putting in the effort to help keep chat alive. Let me go and explore real quick while we're sitting here. I'll go look in the actions and see what exactly these add point actions are for. I think they're just... Yeah, this is just for adding points. Not for giving points away. I'll try and see if maybe there's some way that I can... see if there's some way I can set it up where people could like share points with each other. Oh, look at that. I feel shocked. What's an executioner? Is a frigate? Is it a Tech 1 frigate? It is a Tech 1 frigate. That day. I know other streamers have a give command and a gamble one. I'm also broke over there. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Is to do a gamble command. I kind of like that. Maybe do a gamble for like a big attack. So like you gamble and then you choose how many points you want to put into the gamble. And then it'll do like 1 damage for every 5 points that you put into the gamble. But there's a chance, like maybe a 1 in 10 chance, that instead of hitting the boss, it'll hit chat. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, I'll work on that lurk command tonight, Lounge, so that people who just want to lurk for the day or whatever can just punch in that exclamation point lurk and do give like a regen effect. I'll work on that today, and that'll be the thing I implement for tomorrow. If I'm going to implement the regen effect, though, I also need to implement the UI that tells HP. Hey, we've almost got the boss down to half health. Good job, y'all. Good job. Sub to people 100% for the emojis. Disfigure.
Warp drive active.
Two-thirds of the way there, Nico. Kill the boss. I like your use of emojis there, Drat. I think that's super adorable.
Warp drive active.
Super freaking adorable. Oh, less than half. I mean, you've used so many of the words now. You've done a pretty significant amount of damage.
Drive active.
Have you tried bonk?
Warp drive active.
Hmm. Oh, I don't think I can be of any further assistance to you. Ooh, box was a good one. Box was a good one. Oh, it's clobbering time. That's funny. Was you? It was just a basic attack. It only did 10 points. It's gonna be May. All that I do is not enough for you. Y'all are holding off the boss's attacks really well, too. All the chat going on is making the boss wait a really long time between its attacks. Which is super cool. And I like very much. Ooh, hook. I didn't think of that one. Oh, dang. Whoops. Two in a row. 3 in a row. 4 in a row. Oh my goodness, Sozu's on a roll, y'all. Y'all are effed. One of these days, Sozu is going to pick up on what the strong attack word is. And then y'all are really effed. Oh. Sozu did just pick up on what the strong attack word is. Oh no. Oh no. Y'all are in deep doo-doo now. Y'all are in really deep doo-doo now. Sozu knows the big hit word. Oop, that one was only 10. Get him, Drat. Get him. Oh no. It's neck and neck. 304 points. Or 345 points to 310. I'm honestly pretty impressed, Sozu, that you've been able to identify that many words to deal that much damage. I mean, there's like 200 and something words that'll work overall, but still, that's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. plugged it into chat. That's how I got the words. I'm surprised blast was only a 10 attack. Yeah, so I was trying to keep the theme kind of similar. So I did use similar words to trigger the synonyms. And because I wanted so many words, I had to kind of loosen the definition of the word synonym a little bit. So probably what I'll do in the future is I'll reduce the number of words, the number of synonyms I want, and I'll make them much more specific. And then I'll increase the number of words and the variety of words that I use for synonyms. And that'll just be for this boss, right? Because every boss is going to have its own little mechanic for how its words are determined. I'll try and... no, for the most part, the thing didn't give me back words that were the same, but conjugated. For the most part, it's just one conjugation of the word works. Wow, you're like freaking keyed in. It's a good thing Drat has all those points, or chat would just be getting annihilated right now. Only 240 HP left. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Drat by himself just has enough to finish it, but... it's fun to watch the competition happen. Out of exploding words. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Oh. Now we're healing the boss. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. You know, I'm starting to feel like maybe instead of having this be chat against a random boss, What if it was chat against chat? What if we put up 2 characters? At the very least, we could do that sometimes. Because that's kind of what it feels like right now, right? It's like Sozu against everybody else. If we had a more equal, like YouTube to Twitch, then we could do YouTube chat versus Twitch chat. That'd be kind of cool.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
No, just a 10 heal, Sozu. I'm also considering not making the numbers static like they are. And instead making them a range, giving a little RNG to it. So I might make it like 10 to 20 hit points for the heal, and 10 to 20 damage for the base attack, and then like 30 to 40 damage for the big attack, and or put in some sort of crit multiplier or something like that for chat, and then, you know, give abilities that may boost crit multiplier. There's definitely a lot that can be done with it. It's still very early days.
Warp drive active.
Unleash. Vaporize. That's a good one. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite there. I wish I could guarantee that every one of them was there, but that's funny. I thought you already used Shatter. It might be on 2 of the lists. Yeah, I think Shatter was on both lists. That's hilarious. Oh, the boss is down to its last 155 hit points. Made it seem like crush was the right word. But it was actually just doing its auto attack.
Warp drive active.
Ruin. I did 10. No, it's 10 minutes. And then it does 30 damage. So it's just letting everybody know that the timer is 10 minutes. And that they can use words to slow that down.
Warp drive active.
Oh no. Never mind. It did do both. No, it didn't. I don't even know what's going on anymore. There's too many things. Too many things are happening. Oh look, Sir Camelot found me again. What a fucking nerd. Bye, Dexter. Solar flare. Oh my gosh, that's down to 100 hit points. Oh, and the boss is down to 5. Womp, 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 womp. If the boss is dead, the attack buff. Wow, you got it right as the attack buff faded. That's hilarious. That's real hilarious. Well, it should have given a death message. It's supposed to, when it strong attacks at the end. It's supposed to do chat kill boss. Let's see, if boss health is greater than 0, do chat attack damage, then break. Else, do chat. Yeah, it definitely should have. I wonder if it takes the absolute value of numbers. Instead of allowing for negative numbers. Are you guys still trying to do? But the boss is dead. Oh, I turned it off manually. It won't react. I still haven't come up with a way to I mean, the way it's set up, it should trigger on the attack that does the damage to it, because that's the logical step series that I've got it in. So at the very end of both of chat attacks, it has an if statement. where if the damage, or if the boss's health is less than 0, or sorry, if the boss's health is greater than 0, then it does the regular attack and calculates the damage. And if the boss's health is not greater than 0, then it does the kill. So I actually think that it takes the absolute value of numbers in. Or it doesn't recognize negative numbers as smaller than 0 or something like that. I don't know, I'll have to look into it. It's a good thing to get tested, though, because now I know it won't give the kill indicator. Yeah, so you pretty much got them all, Sozu. It was explode, and then strike, and then life was for healing. So strike was base attack, explode was strong attack, life was healing, and I think I also used synonyms for strength for base attack. But it did duplicate some of those across it, because I told it to find, like 50 words for each of those. And there aren't technically 50 synonyms for those words. Maybe strike. I chose strike because I knew it was a pretty deeply synonymed word. Yeah, it was life. But then, so spark worked for the healing. So, because you've got the spark of life. So you can see it took some liberties with the definition of synonym because it was trying to come up with so many words. And there just aren't that many synonyms. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. I mean, that is a good one to use, light or illumination or something like that. Could be a good one to use. I'll have to get some new words because you drained a whole lot of them today, Sozu. A whole lot. So I'll have to get some new ones. And this time I'll try and be a little shallower with the number and a little broader with how many different words we use synonyms for. So that way it'll be more of a problem. I was stuck in the bomb and exploding things, so after that I thought maybe it was playing off the lighting, a fuse, or sparking it. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, I do want to try and keep them in theme. For example, when I made the ones for the character, when chat was still using commands that were triggered in the same way, I used a bunch of martial weapon types. So it was like longsword, broadsword, hatchet, axe, a bunch of those words. And then for the strong attack, I used legendary weapon names like, Masamune or Excalibur, or, words like that were going to be the strong attack. So I'll probably try and theme it a little better in the future. I think that'll be easier too when we're not focusing strictly on synonyms. And when we start using, some different types of bosses that'll just sort of naturally have a theme. We might create a shogun character or something like that. And so that character will use, a lot of samurai themed words and stuff like that. Or we might, I've never heard of word womp. But I agree with you. I really like the idea of wordplay. I've always been big into reading, and I've always been big into vocabulary and stuff like that. I love knowing words. I've had a huge vocabulary since I was really little. I can't spell for shit, but I know what an assload of words mean. My grandfather, so my mom's an English literature major and an English teacher. And my grandfather was a journalist and a like a PR writer for the National Park Service his entire life. Wrote books, wrote for newspapers, wrote speeches for the National Park Service, tons of that stuff. So when I was a kid, my grandfather used to send me lists of words and like in the mail via snail mail because this was back when I was like 7 or 8, and he would send me lists of words and then I'd go and find the definitions of them and write them down and then mail the lists back to him. So I fucking love words. You get 6 letters and try to spell as many words as you can. I think that helped me increase my vocab at a younger. Yeah, absolutely. Little games like that are wonderful for that stuff. 100%. And it's super important, especially considering the fact that so many like specialized industries use such specialized words. Like if you ever have to go to a hospital and your doctor's trying to explain a diagnosis or something to you, knowing lots of words is going to make it easier to understand what they're trying to say to you. Um, for any reason you have to be interacting with a scientist or something like that, or an engineer, or I mean, just any, even stuff like really blue collar jobs like construction or mechanic or any of those things. They all have really specialized vocabulary. And the larger your vocabulary is, the easier it is to interact with people from all those different places. Helps you not get scammed if people are trying to take you for a ride, helps you, understand exactly what the problems are, helps you learn things faster. Vocabulary might be one of the most important things there is. But I think today's test for the game was a pretty massive success. Daredevil. What type of ship is a daredevil? It's a frigate. And I also like, I thought at first we wouldn't have enough. Oh, this person's just chasing me down. Okay. That's fine. I have a sub 2 second align time, brother. I can teleport 4 times before you can teleport. Yeah, I mean there were a couple of people in there who had, especially Drat, had a lot of points in there. Because he's pretty much always lurking the streams, so. was a real good time, though. Definitely gave me a lot of things to think about for trying to improve the game. There's definitely something to the competitiveness between groups of chatters that has an effect I didn't know would be so drastic. And I mean, I guess that can just come about on its own, right? People can always just get on the side of the enemy and attack chat anytime they want. So I guess as things stand, that doesn't really have to be changed. But in the future, like I said, if we can get to a point where we have a really big YouTube and Twitch, where we've got 15 people on YouTube and 15 people on Twitch, then we could have, the two groups fight each other, and that'd be super cool. I would really enjoy watching that happen. Bye, boss. We'll take chat away too. Bye, chat. Womp womp. Game over. Now the thing is getting the balance correct so the game lasts. Because the way things stand right now, I mean, it only took us about, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours from when y'all really started trying to, well, from when Sozu really started trying to use the boss to kill chat. And then it only took like a half hour for chat to kill the boss. And that was only with, 3 people even putting in any work, 4 people even putting in any work. So definitely the balancing is off there because it's not going to take nearly long enough. The difficulty with it will be if sometimes people are going to attack chat with the boss. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of saw that, Drat. I saw you were kind of slow leaking it so that it was a real fight. And I appreciate that because it made the whole thing a lot more interesting to watch. But it's going to be really hard to balance because there will be times when people choose to assist the boss and times when people don't. And so trying to balance Um, trying to balance it so that both of those things are viable is going to be pretty difficult. I don't know how I'll do it.
Warp drive active.
There's just people everywhere trying to kill me right now. Why don't y'all just fucking chill?
Warp drive active.
Zoom. What do you think you're gonna do, bud?
Warp drive active.
I warp too fast. You're too slow. Also, this person is definitely watching. There's no way they're orienting on me this fast using D-scan.
Warp drive active.
Sucks to suck, dude. Sucks to suck. I know, right, Dret? Like, just, I know it's a PvP game, but stop trying to PvP me. I don't even have any guns. Leave me alone. Let's check this nerd out. Yeah, this character was made in 2013. 12 years ago. I got a 28-day-old account. This person's got a 12-year-old account. Trying to fight me. Just the weakest of the weak sauce, bro. Weakest of the weak sauce. Almost feel bad for that person. How awful it must be to be the wussiest wuss that ever wussed. No. Dread, it would not. Killing me wouldn't get anybody anything, honestly. Can we please shrink this? Why isn't this shrinking? Even a brand new player wouldn't get much out of killing me. Yeah, what are my modules even worth? Like altogether my entire ship is 2.4 mil. Yeah, you do get some LP for the kill, that's true. I did check on myself before though. Because it'll tell you when you give people LP when you die. And I was not worth very much. I was worth like 300. Also have a bunch of kill rights now. Let's see. Yeah, 234 LP. That one apparently wasn't worth any. 259 LP. Yeah, I'm only worth a couple of hundred. Oh no.
Warp drive active.
I wasn't paying attention. I almost let that person get close enough to tackle me. That would have been awful. Bet you're worth more dead than alive. I don't think that that's possible in this game, but maybe. Once you get your 1 billion-isk venture made, you'll definitely be worth more dead than alive. I would imagine that's true, BS Lounge. Yeah, that's the real kicker right there. Trying to get all of that from Scordite. That's a lot of fucking stuff. All right. I don't think Evadil is chasing me. I think they just happened to end up at the same place as me. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom here real quick. I'll be right back. You had me muted? How dare you?
Warp drive active.
How freaking dare you? It was an accident. I was sitting here doing a slop job on these nails and I realized I couldn't hear anything. Just wow. I thought we were friends, Sozu. Thought you cared about me. It's okay though. Big boys don't cry. I'll get over it. I need to hurry up and get these other two accounts plexed up so that I can multi-box 4 accounts. Because that will keep me way more actively engaged with what's going on the screen. Because this is boring as shit. Holy cow. It's even worse than gathering. But I don't know if there's any better, safer way for me to be able to get LP. I mean, this is literally just a cheat code. Literally a cheat code. Soon we'll have 4 accounts going. Make all the freaking currency, dude. Might even make some extra accounts. And then, because if I could have more accounts, then I could do all of my LP stuff when I'm not streaming. And then I could just, like, actually play while I am streaming. do like accounts, Lounge. I do like accounts. Just like an addict. But like, seriously though, because I stream, so say I stream 6 hours a day and I play an additional 6 hours a day. With 4 accounts, 6 hours times 30 is about 180 hours a month, which is more than enough with just 4 accounts to keep my 4 accounts running. That's almost 3 months worth of premium per month that I play. So honestly, I would only need to do this 2 hours a day per account to keep buying the account every month. So that's actually, so maybe I don't need extra accounts. Maybe I can just do it on 4. So once I get all 4 of them up, then I'll just start doing this, 3 or 4 hours a day off stream. And then on stream, we'll set up some frigates with some combat stuff. We'll go see about doing, maybe we'll still come out here. So that might be a good reason to get them all in Minmatar faction. Because then we could come out here all factioned up. And, there's always all these people out here. But I could come out here with some wolves or something and try and gun down some of these enemy faction peeps instead of running away from them all the time. I like that idea. I like it a lot. I'll murder some nerds. We could start doing that. I mean, within a few days, probably, of getting my 4th account up. They won't be super good because I can't use Tech 2 weapons on them yet, but 4 ships with Tech 1 weapons is just as good, if not better, than 1 ship with Tech 2, or even 2 ships with Tech 2. Let's see. Let's go over here to my fittings. Let's go to my personals. Let's go to assault frigate. This is my wolf pack. And this is this one. All right, so let's take this. Let's save as. But we want to save it. I want to save it as a corporation. Here we go. Save the corporation. And then this is the better one. Save that as. Save the corporation. That way I can look. In my corpos here. This is the one that I would normally use. What am I missing? Capacitor emission systems 3. Okay, let's buy and inject that. Then I need to get 16k skill points, which I can totally do. That's just a couple of days of beating this opportunities thing. So I can get 10k twice. And then when I'm looking here, this is not letting me because I've got all this other stuff that I gotta wait for, which is fine. We'll get there eventually. No big deal. Yeah, so we're pretty close to being able to just start running that wolf fit. And if I could run that 4 times, I think I'd be pretty strong. Go mess some fools up. Then we can stop doing literally the most boring thing anybody's ever watched anybody else do in the history of gaming. A bunch of more people just popped in the system. Let's see what PLEX's value is at now too, because it's been just going down. I plexed this account at about 5.4 mil per plex, which was a huge, huge discount. Yeah, so we're down to about 5.5. That's pretty good. Oh, there's Sir Camelot again. What a fucking nerd. Fucking nerd. Hey, what's up, Commander Salad? Doing good, how are you? Sorry, I was like looking at stuff. Keep having to run away from this Sir Camelot dude, who's got a dumbass name. He keeps trying to chase me around. Because he's a reject. Every time I write a rhyme, these people think it's a crime to tell them what's on my mind. Yeah, I'm a criminal. I don't gotta say a word. I just flip from the bird and keep going. I don't take shit from no one. Just got done rolling in a whaling fleet. Oh, nice. Does that mean you were with a bunch of people who spent a bunch of money, or you were with a bunch of people looking for people to kill who had really expensive shit? Haha. You suck. I don't know what a bomber's bar is, brother.
Warp drive active.
I have no flippin' clue what you're talking about. Fleet of stealth bombers who roam and cause indiscriminate chaos. Nice. Indiscriminate chaos is fun. Damn. Who'd you piss off? I mean, I'm sure those nerds are always bored. There's only so much enjoyment that can be had when you're an enormous alliance that owns a huge chunk of space where you can just fly around and be safe most of the time. I might have to close my eyes and take a nap for a couple of minutes. My brain is trying to shut off. I've been trying to look up some information on some upcoming games and, some old MMOs and stuff like that, so we'd have some things to talk about. But honestly, um, it all just kind of feels repetitive and boring, Because it's always the same arguments about the same types of games, and they just kind of keep making the same game over and over again. One game that does look like it might be kind of interesting. I don't know how many of y'all took the opportunity to jump in the beta or whatever they were having, but Soulframe, um, somebody who I really like to watch, whose opinion I value pretty highly, is Force Gaming, and they put out a lot of pretty decent. Well, I mean, I would say even better than decent, really good content about upcoming games and keeping up with news, and then also doing little reviews and stuff like that about the games, specifically games that he plays. And I think it came out, it was today or within the past couple of days, he put out a little review on Soulframe. And it looks pretty interesting. I like the idea that they're going to be having social hubs in the game. So the game is like this big open world map. And then I think it's like an instanced open world map, so you can't see people in it. I guess it's a little bit like Genshin Impact and stuff like that, where you've got like the big open world map that you run around to. And then there's some social hubs and stuff where you'll see other people just kind of running around. And then you can team up and go out and do the open world stuff together with the team. But just taking a look at some of the combat and some of the different classes and stuff that they have and some of the ways that's going, the game actually looks pretty good. Kind of excited about it. Might step in there and play a little when it launches its 1.0. I'm also pretty looking forward to, oh my goodness, what the fudge knockers is going on over here? Why are there suddenly a billion fucking people in my goddamn zone? Is there a location or something that these people really want to fight? These facilities, maybe? Hope that's what it is. Stay the hell away from me. I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Of course, I am already a billionaire in this game. Got 2 PLEXed accounts. That's worth 6 billion right there. Okay, they were just moving through the zone, going somewhere else. Freaking crazy, man. Fucking crazy. Was a bunch of people who were in a different faction, but also they had a bunch of alts with them that weren't in any faction, which was interesting. What's another game that I'm kind of looking forward to coming out? I'm also looking forward to Path of Exile 2. Will have its 1.0 launch at some point. I'm very excited about that. We'll probably play some of that when it comes out. Um, what's another one? Fudge, what's it called? Oh, I suck. Oh, I suck. It's a survival game. It's got really weird graphics. Oh, five. Oh, you fucking twerp. 4 seconds before I got it. What a twerp.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, no, I'm not even in the right one.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Can't believe I lost my spot here. I was like done with that.
Warp drive active.
Shite.
Warp drive active.
Oh yeah, that'll probably be the one. Can't believe I can't think of that game that I want to play. Gonna actually drive me insane. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room. I died there. Well, it's life. Life is like a magazine. Costs $1. No, it's a new game. Just went into early access lounge.
Active.
Um, like a month ago, went into early access. It's primarily PvE, primarily about building and like building communities and stuff. No, no, it's an MMO. Oh, fuck a duck. I am a little bit excited for RuneScape Dragon Wilds, though. I'll have to keep my eyes on it. There are obviously some potential issues with the game where it could just end up being garbage, but and it does seem like they're going for more of a solo or Valheim style structure instead of a massively multiplayer structure, which also would turn me off, but might be something I could get over, depending on how good the game was. Game I'm really sad never really figured it out so far. I mean, PAX Day has been in early access for like 2 years now, hasn't it? And that game is looking like straight ass. Maybe it's only been 1 year. Whatever it's been, though, they really dropped the ball on that game. I'm also looking forward to maybe some Anvil Empires. That game looks like it's taking a pretty interesting path. Honestly, that's something that I need to look more into is Anvil Empires. Because I imagine I would like that game. It looks like it's going to be really, really faction focused. Plan to play the shit out of Anvil. Big Foxhole fan, yeah. Yeah, I just like the idea of a faction-based system. I mean, I harp on it a lot on this channel. But I think Anvil's probably going to end up checking a lot of boxes for me. It's Biggest Dingus. Haven't seen this person in a while. Member of Drip Incorporated. Ain't that something? The biggest dingus is dripping. What a nerd. We'll better prepare for when I'm a billionaire. I do need to look more into Anvil Empire. Need to get some learning on. I'm pretty sure they're having a test, or they just finished having a test or something like that. I hope they release on GeForce Now. Although I think that game might actually be pretty playable on a lower end machine. So I might just play it anyway. Turn the graphics way down, take me down to 60 frames per second max. Just get after it. I think that game will end up being quite a bit like this game. I think logistics are going to be pretty huge. I think that's something that a lot of the upcoming big ticket MMOs are trying to implement is some big time logistics stuff. Uh, Ashes of Creation is planning its caravan system. Um, Anvil Empires, I think, is going to have really localized markets. So you're going to have to be moving resources and stuff around a lot in that game, I think. PAX Day was trying to have really localized markets where you were literally setting up the markets inside of your plots that you owned. Um, what else is coming out? It seems like it's going to have a real regional market system. I imagine if ArcAge is following along at all, if ArcAge Chronicles is following along at all with the original ArcAge, it'll have something like that. But it seems like the new ArcAge is looking to be much more focused on small group play than it is on MMO systems. So I don't even know how their market system is going to work because they used to have, uh, they originally had the caravan style system where you moved resources and stuff across distances to earn currency. So I'll be curious to see if they implement something like that in that. I am excited for ArcAge Chronicles. I never got to play ArcAge, especially not during its prime. So I'm interested to see how that game stands up. Pretty excited about it. I'm kind of excited to see how an MMO game would go about trying to cater more to small group play. No, because I actually think that's a good direction to go. Right, just because there's lots of people online in the game, especially for PvP games, I think it's probably a good way to go. Because it's much easier. A couple of things are much easier about that. Number one, it's easier to find a small group that has a similar skill level, right? So finding 3 or 4 people who are right around your skill level, right around your player level, is much easier than trying to find, like a guild or something that's all around your skill level or your player level. So you'll have a much better time trying to interact with smaller scale PvP systems, and just generally smaller scale MMO systems if you are trying to focus on smaller scale gameplay. So you're not necessarily going to have people rushing 100% to the end game, because if it can be easy enough to find people to play in the tier that you're at, then staying in that tier doesn't hurt. So as long as you're able to, interact with all the different systems and all that stuff at all tiers of play, then that might mitigate some of the rush to the end game that we see in a lot of MMOs. So that might be really good. Um, and the other thing that it will help, which I sort of lost my train of thought. Yep, totally forgot what the second thing was. This motherfucker every single freaking time.
Warp drive active.
Bye, dum dum.
Warp drive active.
This person's so confusing to me. Like, if I get away from them, they just give up. Isn't that weird? I mean, I'm happy they're not chasing me around, but like, why even come over here? You're just hoping that I'm not paying attention?
Warp drive active.
Trying to interrupt my day. Get in the way like a big old nerd. Oh, there's Sir Camelot again. I see you. You gonna come over here and make me leave this zone too? And then just leave the region and let me come back? I wonder if my impulse drive is fast enough to get away. Then maybe I don't have to teleport around. Just stay away for 20 seconds, dude. Oh, yeah.
You cannot warp there because natural
Look at all them sweet, sweet points.
warp drive.
Bye, nerd. He didn't even get there until right after I'd already gotten all the points.
Warp drive active.
Choom. Oh, no.
Warp drive active.
Bye-bye. I don't know what a vexer is. Hiding in nullsec? Do you mean kicking people's butts in nullsec?
Active.
I'm your nemesis. Nemesis. Covert ops ship.
You have been promoted.
Ooh, I've been promoted. We're gonna look more in that nemesis here in just a second.
Warp drive active.
In the meantime, I gotta move this person.
You cannot warp there.
Whoops, I fucked up.
Are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Oh no. Oh no, he got me. No! I clicked the wrong button. I'm so sad. I clicked the wrong button. I don't think this person realizes that they would make way more LP if they just went to the places and took over the spots. Personally, I prefer to get up close and personal. I'm a big fan of auto turrets. But, you know, you do you.
Warp drive active.
What did I just get promoted to? Lance Commander.
Warp drive active.
All right, let's look at this thing. Torpedoes. Yeah, I can dig it.
Warp drive active.
Is it?
Warp drive active.
Did I sing Bruno Mars? I've got Cotton Eye Joe stuck in my head right now. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Warp drive active.
Oh, is that Bruno Mars? I didn't know that was Bruno Mars. Too hot. Hot damn. Got a police in that fire, y'all. Too hot. Hot damn. I had something else in my head that I was going to sing, but now I forgot it. So now you're just stuck with the Bruno Mars. I'd like to feel bad for you, but, well, I don't. Close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. If you've never watched The Greatest Showman, you totally should. I don't know who would skip out on Hugh Jackman, Zac Efron. That is his name, right? Zac Efron? And Zendaya, all in the same musical. That would just be dumb. But if you haven't seen it up to this point, you should watch it. Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. Mm-hmm. Sky Starfire. The Seventh Sons. Ooh, 2004. Goodness gracious. That's an old ass account right there. Looks like it's been fairly consistently active too. Quite a few um, switches between different corporations in a lot of different years. So either they've come back for a really short period of time and joined a new corporation each time, or they've been consistently playing and switching. But I mean, there's a lot of periods of time in there where this person has been at least active enough to have switched corporations. That's cool. I like that you get to like see somebody's corporation history. This person's even newer than I am. They've only been playing for 4 days now. Damn.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
You're a natural phenomena that's disrupting the ship. I like to see new people though. That's cool. That's funny. I was just looking at this dude. Then he pops on my grid.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
And it's here right in front of you. This is where you want to be. Everything you ever want. Everything you ever need. Finally remembered. It's called Bitcraft. That's the game that I'm thinking about. I'm excited about that game, not just because of the game itself, but also because of the networking system or the server system that they used. They're building a proprietary server architecture called Spacetime DB, and it's pretty freaking good. It looks like a pretty cool little system they got going on. So I'm very hopeful that in the future, that will lead to much better, um, more massive online games. It's kind of the opposite focus. Well, I guess it's kind of the same focus as server meshing, um, but also it's trying to pare those servers down to their smallest possible hardware requirement so that you can have lots of people in a nice large space and use up the smallest amount of resources possible. But it seems like they're doing a pretty good job of it. So very exciting stuff. Also super excited for Light No Fire. Although I get less and less excited about that game the longer we would go without information about it.
Warp drive active.
Bye, dum dum. There's so many people in my zone now. Go away. You're not needed here.
Warp drive active.
Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. Just go eat some worms. I think we're actually over 1.9 mil. Pretty close. We've gained a little over 400,000 today in just under 4 hours, which means we're gaining about 100K an hour, which means we're gaining about 75 million ISK per hour, which is a little lower than I would like to see. I'd like to be up closer to that 90 million mark. But 75 million every hour isn't too bad. It's pretty close to where I would expect to be. Puts us pretty close to that billion a day mark in 12 hours. I have been slacking for a while. I will have to make sure that I keep going all the way tonight. I have a tendency to get frustrated. At nighttime, I tend to get killed more. So, the tendency to get annoyed and just say, fuck it. There seems to be a lot more people this week. Last week felt really, really sedated on the faction warfare front. This week has been much more active. I don't know if there's just more players playing right now, or if a bunch of people decided to start doing faction warfare, or if a bunch of people decided to come back to faction warfare, or if there was a big group of faction warfare people that were taking a week off, or I don't know exactly what was going on, but it feels way more active this week than it did last week. Which is kind of cool. I dig it. I can get behind it. We're getting pretty close to, I mean, really only about 4 days. If we really buckle down, we'll have all 4 accounts in the next 4 days. Once that happens, we'll blow all of our free skill points. We'll try and get everybody up to where they can run those tier 1 version of that wolf fit. And then we'll go out and we'll do some 4 frigate fighting. I am going to have to learn, I assume there's a way to assist in this game. Like select the same target as somebody in your fleet. So we'll fleet up, we'll hit an assist. And then I'll try and learn, what do I need to do to be able to fly around with my ships all together? Probably lose a couple 100 million at least getting the hang of it. I mean, if we run those wolf fits, that's 50 million per wolf. So that'll be 200 million per outing. But we can make each one of those wolves back in about an hour, a little less than an hour. Or, sorry, a little more than an hour. So we could keep ourselves going. We could do, a wolf and a half, 2 wolves a day with 3 hours of doing this. And then we could have, another 2 hours of doing this when we're off stream. would allow us to keep our omegas up, and then anything after that is just gravy. So we if we do this with 4 accounts for 5 hours every night, then that'll give us 2 wolves per account that we could lose every day. And then we can come out here with our 4 wolf set and fight and learn and earn LP that way, which will be just another bit of supplemental LP, which will be nice. And then in a year, we'll have Mastery 5 on our wolves. And then we'll really be good. We'll start moving into destroyers. Probably not safe, but I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Nobody murdered me. How delightful. I was mildly concerned that I was going to get the old re in the back. I only have 8 million ISK on this character anymore. Probably need to go ahead and send them some more currency. Just so they can keep themselves shipped. What's the wallet look like? Some combat sites popped in your area, Nico?
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Ah, shite. That one wasn't done yet, and I just warped away from it like a fucking clown.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I'm gonna have such a hard time trying to find this site. Phew. First one I went to. Thank goodness I have a system.
Warp drive active.
Boop, 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 mew.
Warp drive active.
Rock lobster. We were at the beach. Everybody had matching towels. Somebody went under a towel, and there they found a rock. But it wasn't a rock. It was a rock lobster. Be-doo, be-doo. Got some games coming out like Albion Online here in the near future as well. We get that Warborn Above Ashes game, which I think is still in some sort of a persistent beta type test. But there's another one that's coming out that's kind of in that same vein, called We Will Be Gods. This is actually starting to look kind of interesting. Kiso Dunks, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Just earning a little LP over here in the most boring way possible. You got to do what you got to do. How about you? What are you getting yourself up to? This game really hates it when I turn the music off on one, or I guess when I have both accounts up. Doesn't want to run the music for some reason. So obnoxious. I'm gonna have to find some royalty-free background music or something that we can throw on. I don't want to do it, but I don't think I'm gonna have a choice. It's gonna end up turning into a nightmare too. I can just see it happening. Gonna turn into a big old stupid nightmare. Love that ding sound.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Bye, nerd.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Well, somebody thinks they're clever.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Pew.
Warp drive active.
Aw, my friend Dr. West left. Guess they didn't want to chase me around.
Warp drive
What
active.
type of ship is this? A destroyer. It's a big green bane.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Ruh-roh.
Warp drive active.
Bye, Dexter.
Warp drive active.
There's a lot of mofos over here.
Warp drive active.
I think it's probably time to go somewhere else. It's probably a good one.
Warp drive active.
Too many gosh darn nerds over here. Too many gosh darn nerds.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, Dr. West is here. He just chased me around on my other account, I think. Wonder if he's gonna try and chase me around on this one. Nope. Just passing through. Isn't that sweet?
Drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I'm gonna assume that this ass ton of people is at that open complex. Maybe this Elise person is in this four banger here. But probably if I avoid those two places, I'll be alright. At least in the immediate future.
Warp drive active.
Hmm. Isn't there a new Vindictus game coming out soon, too? I think there is a new Vindictus game coming out. Endless Legend 2 is coming out. It's got a demo out apparently right now. Going on for another 5 days. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with the Endless Saga or the Endless series. It is a 4X turn-based strategy game. But Endless Legend 2 has a demo out right now. If that's up your alley. Hmm. Impressive how many games get released and how few of them I'm actually interested in. Not that they're bad games, they just are seeking an audience that isn't me. Interesting. Person just like warped past me. That's interesting.
Warp drive active.
Bye, fuckface. Yo, what's up, Gravy? What are you doing awake right now? Take your ass back to sleep.
Warp drive active.
We get up early today. Well, that's weird.
Warp drive active.
Running. Gross. Freaking gross.
Warp drive.
Boss got killed today. Gotta readjust some balance stuff. Yeah. I'm pretty happy about it. It seems to be going well, but we'll see.
Active.
It gave some good insights into some things that we need to change. Yeah, I do want to make another boss, but right now the boss mechanics aren't in depth enough. Um, it's just basic attack, strong attack, heal. So I need to implement a random number generator. Or some sort of RNG system that will allow the damage to be between two values. And then I need some additional ability types, some additional stuff. I don't know. But just putting another skin on the exact same boss isn't really going to do anything. I would never, ever, ever be so scummy as to monetize like Fortnite and other games. Don't lump me in with a bunch of criminal pieces of garbage. Oh, look at this. For only $800, your character can look like a Ninja Turtle. Fuck that.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
This person's flying right along beside me here. All right, what do we got?
Warp drive active.
Got a lot of people from my faction here. I don't mean to bail on you when you just got here, Gravy, but I do think it's probably time to go ahead and end the stream today. Things have slowed down pretty considerably, and I need to get something to eat. When is the third account coming now? Gonna be like those stock traders with 10 screens and 10 accounts. The third account will be probably day after tomorrow. Maybe another day after that. In the next 2 or 3 days, we'll have a third account, though. I've been slacking for the last couple of days, so try and get some progress made today, though. Or we have gotten a bunch of progress made today. We're up to 2 million of these, which is about 1.5 billion, so we're about halfway there. But yeah, so we'll be there pretty soon. But I think I'm going to call the stream for the day. I need to get some food anyway. There's not really any point in me taking a break for lunch and then playing for another half hour or whatever. So that'll probably just be it. So thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks again for testing the boss. I appreciate that. I'm really excited to just keep working on that, keep pounding away at it, keep seeing what we can do. So thank you always for testing that out for me. But I'll be back again tomorrow. So I hope to see you all there, and I hope everybody has a great day. Bye-bye.